Sister, can you also make the other account of mine co-host? Jazakallah.
Okay, inshallah.
Okay, so assalamu alaikum everyone. So I've taken down the attendance. Now I will be sharing my screen to the CK Learning English website. So let me share 1 second. Okay, so yesterday we did parts of sentence. Now we're gonna do punctuation. Okay, so let's read. Okay, so Haika, can you read commas?
Okay. Use commas and coordinating conjunctions that join
Sorry, 1 second.
independent clauses. There are 7 coordinating conjunctions for and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. Use
Okay, Haika, sorry.
using the acronym fanboys will help you remember them.
So for a definition and examples of independent and dependent clauses, see chapter 10, lesson 1, you should only connect 2 independent clauses per sentence. Okay, so per sentence, and then the example 1 is tell me what you eat, comma, and I will tell you what you are. Okay, so where did we add our comma? In the first half of the sentence, right? It's an independent clause. Tell me what you eat, comma, and then we add the word and, right? I will tell you what you are. Okay, so this is a conjunction. We're adding the word and. It's a coordinating conjunction. What is it called? Bahauddin? What is and?
Conjunction.
Yes, good. Okay, so this is the coordinating conjunction. Example 2, Bahauddin, can you read example 2?
Looked all over my house, but I couldn't find my key.
So, but is the coordinating conjunction in this case because we add a comma and then we use the word but. That's a coordinating conjunction. Okay, example 3, Haika, can you read?
Okay. Miss Berner went to the local police station and disputed her speeding ticket with the officer at the front desk.
Yes. So you can see that This is you're using the coordinating conjunction. First, it's two verbs. You're using connecting two verbs. So went and disputed. Okay, because when you say Miss Brenner went to the local police station and disputed, so this is like, okay, went, first you add, and then the and is coming in between went and disputed. So the verb is went and disputed, right? These are two verbs that are connected by and, okay? Make sense? So if you verbs are like, they give, the sentence more structure. So like you can't say Miss Burner to the local police. You have to add a verb, right? Went uh or like goes to the local police, right? That's a verb. So went and then disputed is another word, okay? So that makes sense. You are connecting the word and, that's the coordinating conjunction. Okay, so whenever you see and in two sentences, okay, that are independent clauses, you will know that that word and is the coordinating conjunction. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, Haika. You want
Can
to?
someone
Yes.
send me to the breakout room?
Okay.
Okay, inshallah.
Okay, Haika, can you read this example one during her
Okay.
trip?
During her trip to Europe, Erica visited Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Holland.
Yes. So where are we adding the commas? We're adding it after, because they're countries, right? They're all countries, so you have to add they're like they're countries. You can add commas, right? Because they're not like different. They're the same topic you're talking about, which is countries, right? So you can add a comma and you can say the independent clauses are separated by the comma. Okay, makes sense?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So example one is, Bahauddin, can you read example one?
If you speak the truth, have a foot in the stirrup.
Yeah. So if is the, remember we learned yesterday, if is the subordinating conjunction for the dependent clause, because this is a dependent. If you start your sentence with if, it's a dependent. Make sense? Okay, and then you have, if you speak the truth, have a foot, and there's a totally different idea in the second. It's not the same idea, right? If you speak the truth, have a foot in the stirrup. So this is a, like, you normally wouldn't say that, right? If it was an independent clause. If you speak the truth, you're an honest person. That would be a no, that still wouldn't be that still would be a dependent, but because you started your sentence with if. But if you said, let's say Bahauddin speaks the truth and is an honest person, that would be a independent clause. Make sense? Aika and Bahauddin, does that make sense? Yeah, okay. So let's say this, okay, example two. Okay, Haika, can you read example two?
Okay. Example 2. He canceled his magazine subscription because he thought the editors no longer addressed important issues.
Yes, so this is also because is the dependent clause, right? Okay, because when you add because, that makes it a dependent, okay, clause, and it's not anymore independent, okay? And you separate it by a comma, okay? That like if you did separate it, but it doesn't, right? You just add the word because, that means it's a dependent clause.
Hey, baby.
Okay, example 3. Bahauddin, can you read example 3?
Alan is scrambling to finish all of his projects, whereas Amy planned ahead and had everything finished by last Thursday.
Okay, so subordinating conjunction, remember we learned in the table yesterday? We know that if you guys have saved the table, I can send it to you again, but these are the words. Whereas is a subordinating conjunction. Before, whereas, these are all. After, these are all subordinating conjunctions for the dependent clause, okay? So this is a dependent clause, okay? Okay, let's do another example. Haika, can you read this one? Example 1.
Okay. To get a good grade, you must complete all of your assignments.
So you know that there's a comma. It's an independent clause, okay? So this is a dependent clause, right? If you is a it's on the table for the subordinating conjunction for dependent clause, that means your you is a dependent clause sentence. But if their you is not on the table, you can check the table, right? That means this is a, because it looks like the same topic, right? You're to get a good grade. It's not like saying you must put the money on the table. That would be a dependent clause. But because this is related to the same sentence, but it's just separated by a comma, that means it is a independent clause. So you have to figure this out, okay, by looking at the like if whether that word is a you is separated by if you is a independent subordinating conjunction or dependent, okay? So you can check that by the table, using the table, okay? And example 2 is, can you read this, Bahauddin? Justifying?
Justifying a fault doubles it.
Yes. So this is, what do you think? This is a dependent or independent? Independent, right? Because it's like it's related to the same topic, right? Okay. So let's say for this reviewing question, for each example sentence, you're not supposed to identify whether it's independent or dependent, but you're supposed to add a comma or a sentence, like or sorry, to the sentence, you're supposed to add a comma or anything that's missing. You're supposed to you know, you have to fix it. If there's no full stop, there is a full stop, or there's no comma and there should be somewhere else. Incorrectly they put the comma, they should have placed the comma somewhere else. You have to fix it, okay? It's usually about the comma, I think, these sentences. So let's do the first one. Haika, number 1 is, I finally found my keys and I got to work just in time. So where do you think should be the comma? Do you think there should be a comma?
Said the keys.
Yeah, my keys, then the comma, then you say, and I got to work. I got to work just in time. Okay, so that's good. Okay, number 2, Bahawadi. Mrs. Contreras threw out her old coffee table, comma, and cleaned the carpet. Do you think this is correct or not?
I don't think it's correct
Why?
because we don't need that comma there. Just put old coffee table and clean the carpet. nothing else.
Yes, because it's the same topic. It's not like you're deferring, right? That's so good.
Yes.
Okay, number 3, Haika. Taking the elevator to the roof, we hoped we could see the skyline, and the bay.
That one has a comma, so that one's good.
Okay, good. Okay. So do you think the skyline and the bay are different? We hope you could see the skyline and the bay. It's the same kind of thing, right? Like, because they're all like they're places, right? Like, remember we learned about the country and the same. Just like, because it's not like you're doing more and more, right? So the last word is skyline. If it was skyline, the airstrike, the fireworks, then you could put in comma. But because this is skyline and the bay, you can just reduce your comma. Make sense, Haika?
Okay.
Okay, number 4 is Bahauddin, though Suzanne wasn't feel well, she went to the store anyway and bought ice cream, pizza, and candy. Okay, what's wrong with the sentence?
There is no comma in between ice cream pizza.
Yeah, and do you think this makes sense? Though Susan wasn't feel well. Remember we learned about ing adding, right, to the adverb, right? Ing.
Yeah.
So it should have the ing, right? Adverb, feeling. Or it wasn't, we can't add ed. Ed is also the adverb, but we can add ing, right? Okay. Okay, ice cream is separate from pizza. Who likes ice cream pizza? There's no such thing as ice cream pizza. I bought ice cream, pizza, and candy. But pizza does not have a comma because ice cream before ice cream is also food and pizza is also food. So you have to add between them, right? The same thing, right? Make sense, Bahauddin?
I already told you that part.
Yeah, but did you say that to put the beside the ice cream you have to put a comma?
Yes.
Okay. So then you remove the comma after the pizza. Okay, good. Okay, number 5, Haika. I let my neighbor borrow my phone because she said hers was tapped by the police. What's wrong with this? Tapped by the police? There's something wrong, right?
Yeah.
What should be first? Let's read again. I let my neighbor borrow my phone because she said hers was tapped by the police. So there's something wrong. Can you fix it? The spelling or anything?
Just shouldn't it be like the police took her phone or something?
Yeah, hers was trapped, right? It's not like tapped. I don't think the word tapped is something that
Yeah.
the
Should be
police.
trapped.
Yeah, trapped, right? Okay, and the comma is fine. The comma is fine because yeah. Okay, good. Okay, so let's do semicolons. This is your actually. Let's read it one more time. Okay, so semicolons, Bahauddin. Can you read? Jazakallah.
Colons to connect two independent clauses when the second clause restates the first or when the two clauses are closely related.
Yes, so we know that this example, right? It says so you have to like separate the independent clause, right? Using a semicolon. So let's read road construction in Seattle has hindered travel around town. And you add the semicolon. And then you say streets have become covered with bulldozers, trucks, and homes. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, the second independent clause is describing the same situation as the first, but in a different manner. So look, they in this sentence you can also see you say as the first comma and then you use the word but in a different manner. Okay, example 2 is Haika, can you read?
Example 2. It
Yes.
rained heavily during the afternoon, however, we still managed to have a picnic.
Yeah, so this is like conjunctive adverb because you're adding however, okay? And then comma, we still managed to have a picnic, but the subordinating the colon is semicolon is put after afternoon, the first sentence, okay? So these are all the subordinating conjunctive adverbs. So the conjunctive adverbs are, this is a list, okay? Besides, hence, however, incidentally, meanwhile. So you know they put a comma after however. Whenever you add these words, you have to put the comma. Therefore, comma, thus, comma, similarly, comma, undoubtedly, comma. Okay, these are some words. Okay, Bhawadin, can you read this one?
Okay. Recent sites of the Summer Olympic Games include Beijing, China, Athens, Greece, Sydney, Australia, and Atlanta, Georgia.
So what do you think they did here? Beijing is in China, right? So they put a comma because Beijing comes under China. They just put a comma because it's a state in China. So they put the comma and then they put a semicolon. And then they say Athens is in Greece, so they put a comma beside Athens, which is in Greece, right? It's not out of Greece, it's in the country Greece, so that's why they put the comma. Then they put another semicolon, then they add Sydney. Okay, Australia. Sydney, Australia is like one. Okay, so when you say Sydney is the name of Australia, basically, right? It's entirely called Sydney, Australia, right? And then you put a semicolon, and then Atlanta is in Georgia. So it's not like the full name is not Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta is inside Georgia, like we have Ottawa inside Canada, right? We have Quebec, no, sorry, Ottawa. We have Montreal, that is a city in the province of Ontario. And then we put a comma, right? So like that. Okay, so this is your questions you have to do. So I will give you guys 10 minutes, inshallah, to do these questions. I'm gonna put them in the chat. Okay, 1 second. Copy. So did you guys get the chat questions inside the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, so please start working on it. Oh, I think I had a mistake because the earthquake was on March 20th. I have like a long space after that. So if you can just ignore that, okay?
What am I supposed to do?
So just do question number 1, ignore question 2, do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? And put the semicolon, or if you think there should be a semicolon, you have to put the semicolon, okay? Okay, does that make sense, Bahauddin? Yes, Bahauddin?
Yes.
Okay.
For the first one, after flames, you put the semicolon.
Yes. Okay, are you editing it on the computer? So can you just copy paste on your like where you texted, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So once you're done, please send it in the chat. Jazakallah khairan. Okay, Jazakallah Bahauddin for sending me. So Bahauddin, for the first one, it's actually the semicolon should be beside the before the consequently word, right? Because consequently is the we're adding, right, the subordinating conjunction. So then we put the comma beside it, but before that we have to add a semicolon. Okay. So the other way, look the other way, you add a semicolon. Consequently, comma, the building went up in flames the very next year. Okay. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, third one is correct. Good job, Paudi. Good job. For the fourth one as well is correct. And fifth one, I came in place. Second place, my father hid his disappointment. Very good. Good job. Okay, Haika, if you can send me in yours, inshallah.
Okay, I'm just sending it.
Okay. So I will be sharing the math worksheet you have to do today. Inshallah, for Bahauddin. I'm sending it to you, okay, Bahauddin?
I sent it.
Okay, I'm marking it right now. Okay, so I sent Bhawadeen the grade 6 and 7 math worksheet. So Haika, you will also have to work on that, inshallah. Meanwhile, I'm
Okay.
marking yours, okay? So Haika, you changed the sentence, I think, but you don't need to change the sentence, I think. So you don't change the like I think you remove the word consequently.
Oh, I don't think I did it on docs, so I might have deleted it.
Yeah. So you keep the word consequently before
Let me
other
just
way. So
send it
after
back.
other way, you have to add consequently and comma, okay?
Yeah. Let me just put it back. Um,
And since you already did the second one, did you do the second one?
yes. I did all of them.
Yeah, so the second one, you have to put a comma after however, because it's a conjunction, right? So you put remember the words that were conjunction consequently, however, therefore,
Okay.
thus, you have to put the comma after them,
Should I
okay?
put a comma after constantly?
No, for the second one. Yeah, for the consequently, you have to put a comma.
Okay.
And also for the second one, you have to put a however after comma. Okay.
Okay. I sent it.
But don't remove the semicolon. You removed it, I think. You were right. You put the semicolon there, but you also have to put the word consequently, comma, right?
Okay. There.
Yes, good job, mashallah. Bahauddin, do you need help in the teacher worksheet or you're good? Yes, Assalamu alaikum, Bahauddin. Are you working on the worksheet?
Get so I am able to unmute quickly, but
Okay, yeah, do it. If you have any difficulty, that's why I'm asking. If you need any help, you need help?
I'm okay.
Okay. That's all. Okay, good job. Question number 3 and 4 are correct, Laika. Thank you. So you also have to add and like if you can.
Yes.
After pencil, I think you added it after America. There was a dash, right? So there's a dash.
Where am I supposed to add it?
So the dash comes after America, right?
Okay.
It's okay. Leave it like that. It's good. Because that you actually had to remove the dash, so it's good.
Okay.
Detroit, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh. Okay. So and you know the last city, I mean in state of America is Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
After Pittsburgh, comma, you can add and Pennsylvania, right? Because
Okay.
that's the last state, right? So after the last, because they're all states, so after the last state, before the last state, you have to add the word and, okay? Beside the
Okay.
comma. So Pittsburgh, comma, and Pennsylvania.
That's it?
Yes, that's good.
Okay, then I'm going to send it to you.
And the last fifth one is correct. Good job. Okay, Bahauddin sent me in the worksheet. Jazakallah. Bahauddin, you scored 20 out of 20. MashaAllah. Okay, we will do now IXL. Okay. Haika, can you work meanwhile on the
Okay.
worksheet for math? Inshallah.
Teacher,
Yes, Haika?
for the math page you gave us, is it just like solid numbers? No, like minus the 12 or something like that, right?
No, you have to also, because they're integers, right? You have to know the rule, right? So negative, if
Okay,
there's
so there's
negative,
some negatives, right?
yeah, there's negative, you have to
Okay.
multiply it with the other negative, and you know the rule, right? Negative times negative is positive. So your answer should be positive, okay? So you understand, I'm gonna send you the rule in this box, so you can check. So you see, this is the rule. And then negative times positive will give you a negative. The second rule, and then negative, no, sorry, positive times positive is just positive. Make sense, Haika? These are the three rules.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, good job, Bahuddin. We still have I think which one we did yesterday? Multiplication, right? So you did some of them. Good job. So let's finish the integer one. I think we still have some integers left. So yes, can you put this in the lowest to highest?
Okay, -7, wait, 25 is first. 25 -7 -30 and then -60.
Was actually saying least to greatest, okay? That was we did the opposite. We did greatest to least. So we had to do least to greatest, okay? Bahuddin?
Okay. -32 -18 -2 then 22. -6 -3 0 then 3 -41 -30 -3 then 5 -22 -7 then 70. Put the 22 before the 70. Then submit. -83 -51 then -20 then 45.
Good job. Look, we finished it. Okay, Alhamdulillah. Now we can go to the second section. Okay, Bahuddin, can you do this one?
2.3 8.06 Okay, for this one, 8.56 plus 2.8. It is 11.43.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
11.43. The answer is 7.8. $9.88. 2.07.
Good job, Bahauddin. So we can do the rest, okay, on your own. I will send you the link, inshallah. Okay, Bahauddin, you can start working on it, inshallah.
Okay.
Aika, you need help in the worksheet?
No, I'm almost done.
Okay. Okay, did you send it to me?
I have 4 more questions remaining.
Okay. Inshallah, please send it to me, okay? So I think we should do the IXL first because we're running out of time. So let's do IXL. I'm gonna share my screen and then you can send it to me, right? Later. I'll give you time. Is that clear, Haika?
Yes.
Haika, we learned about greatest common factor. What do you think is the greatest common factor for 14 and 11? Yes, yes. Let's do an example.
Okay.
So we know that there's 5 and 20. So we do the first, take the prime factor for 5. We know it's just 5, right? 5 times 1 is just 5. So that means the primary factor, the greatest common factor is 5 for 5. And for 20, it's 2 times 2 times 5. So 5 is the greatest common factor for both the numbers. Okay. So let's go back to our question. No, sorry, this is divisibility rules. This is already done. Okay. And Heike, you're not done still the IXL for the prime factorization. I think there's still some missing, so please complete that, okay? Later. But let's do this one. Okay, so Heike, now what do you know? What is 14 and 11? What is the common factor, greatest common factor?
Basically, what to times them by?
So for 11, the greatest common factor is just 11, right? And for 14, the greatest common factor is 2 times 7, which is 7, right?
Oh, okay, now I get it.
Right? So that means what is the greatest common factor? It's 11, right? For
Yeah. And I've done the worksheet as well.
no, it's actually the correct answer is actually 1 because they don't have a common factor with each other, right? That's why. So it's just 1. Okay, when there's no common factor, because 11 common factors, 11 and 2 times 7 is for 14. So it's actually just 1 because they're not the same. There's no common factor. Okay.
Okay, I'm also done the worksheet.
Okay, I'll mark that. Okay, and I'll assign you this work, this to do. Okay.
Okay, I'll just put this in. I'll just put it in chat for you.
Okay. So excellent job, Haika. So you can start working on the IXL. Okay.
Okay.
If you have any question, Bahawuddin and Haika, you can let me know, inshallah.
Okay.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Alaikum assalam.
Okay, so Bahauddin, can you read?
Okay. Where in Hawaii do you want to go? Look at the list of cities with with the best climate in the United States. Hawaii is well represented. Now look at a list of cities with the United States. You know where this is going, don't you? Yes, Hawaii is also represented. Kona and Hilo are both on the big island. Hilo is the wild world side where the trade winds bring moisture from the Pacific. Kona is on the leeward side. Beyond the volcanic mountains, the city lies with the rain shadow. Guess which city is more popular with tourists?
Okay, Jazakallah. Haika, can you read what is climate?
Okay. Almost anything can happen with the weather. Climate, however, is more predictable. Climate is the long-term or average of weather in a particular spot. Good climate is why we choose to vacation in Hawaii in February, usually the leeward side. Of course, the weather is not needed to be good. A location's climate considers the same characteristics as its weather. These are its air, what temperature, humidity, wind speed, and direction, and the type of quality and frequency of prediction. For climate, these things are averaged over time during the mid to late 20th century. California received an enormous influx of new residents. Many of the people came from the north and northeastern United States. They were sick of the cold, snow, and rain. Southern California, especially near the coast, has a nearly perfect climate. The average low and highs in San Diego year round are in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Jazakallah. Okay, so the climate for a particular place is steady. Changes occur only very slowly. Climate is determined by many factors, including the angle of the sun, the likelihood of cloud cover, and the air pressure. All of these factors are related to the amount of solar energy that hits the location over time. The climate of a region depends on its position relative to many things. These factors are described in the next sections. Okay, Bahauddin, can you read the summary? What we have in the summary?
Okay, summary. Climate is long-term average of weather. Climate changes very slowly. Climate depends on a number of facts such as air temperature, humidity, wind speed and direction, and the type of quantity and frequency of precipitation.
Okay, Jazakallah. So I have a video here. I'm gonna share it with you, okay? And you have to watch it, then we will do the discussion.
Okay.
Yes, so Bahauddin and Haika, did you watch the video? What did you guys understand? Yes, Bahauddin.
The video.
Yes, so what were they talking about? Climate change?
About climate change.
Yes. What
They're
else?
saying in different area it's arid, Mediterranean, like normal sometimes. There's a lot of types of climates.
Yeah. Okay, and Haika, what did you learn? Yes, Haika. Did you watch the video, Haika?
Yes, sorry.
Yes, what did you learn from the video about climate change? Does climate change over time or does weather change over time? Like if years later, will the weather be different or what's the difference between weather and climate? What did they say in the video?
What is the
Like there's a difference between weather and climate, right? So what's the major difference? You know the difference?
climate and weather?
Yes, yes. The video I sent in the chat.
Okay.
Did you watch
Well,
it?
basically, weather is weather is a short change, and climate is like more of a long change.
Good, very good. Yes, that's the major difference. And weather, can you describe it? Like if you compare the Sahara to, for example, to Canada. So what is the Sahara? What is the climate in Sahara? Is it like hot, dry? What kind of,
Hot and dry.
yes? Good. And what is the climate in Canada?
Canada is a little bit more colder than the deserts.
Yes, yes, it's a cold climate. Good. Okay, so let's go back to the what we were doing. Now we can do social studies. Okay, Bahauddin, can you read about Australia, starting from the historic isolation?
The historic isolation of New Zealand and Australia from the rest of the world has caused animals and organisms that are not found anywhere else to develop in these two countries. The unique biodiversity includes marsupials such as kangaroos, wallabies, koalas, and bandicoots. It is believed that these creatures developed separately after the continents broke away from each other more than 200 million years ago.
Okay, so many plant species are also unique to this realm. The biodiversity found here is separate from that of Asia. This has been explained by various biogeographers. by drawing imaginary line just north of Australia to indicate the line of division between the Asian realm and the Australian realm. Wallace lines and Weber lines are two examples. Both examples attempt to establish the correct line of demarcation for the differences in species development between the two sides. During the Ice Age, sea level was lower, and many islands of Southeast Asia were connected by land to the mainland. Papua New Guiana was connected to Australia. Wallace and Weber believed that no land bridge connected the Asian side um with the north. For example, marsupials are not found on the Asian side of these lines, but are found on the Australian side. Okay, so this is one part. And what is the colonialism? So Haika, can you read about colonialism? Yes, Haika. Can you read colonialism, Haika? Haika, can you hear me? Yes, Haika. Yes, can you read colonialism?
Okay. New Zealand and Australia were both inhabited before the era of European Mean Aboriginal people are said to have migrated to Australia across southern Asia from the mainland of Asia. More than 40,000 years ago, they made Australia their home and adapted to physical geography of the continent for tens of thousands of years before the Europeans arrived. The Aboriginals carved out and existed in Australia and developed their cultural ways. The arrival of the Europeans has caused a serious dismiss the Aborigines population. The Aborigines were completely ended in Tasmania. Only about 450,000
Aboriginals.
Aboriginals remain in Australia today.
Yeah, you know who were the Aboriginal people? These were the Native Canadians. So these were the people, Red Indians, you know? You might have studied about them. Did you guys know about the Red Indians? They're called the indigenous people in Canada as well. Okay. So they were also in Australia, parts of Australia. Okay, so Bahavuddin, can you read a little bit about New Zealand was inhabited?
New Zealand was inhabited by the Polynesian group called the Maori, who established themselves on the islands in the 10th century. For hundreds of years, they established their culture and traditions in the region before the Europeans arrived. The Aborigines in Australia and the Maori in New Zealand were both confronted with the European invaders.
Yes, so like a lot of their culture is related to also like the uh indigenous, right? Because there was a lot of population that was indigenous, aboriginals, and a lot of the culture is related to it. You might have seen it in a lot of like you know in matches and sports, like they have this like the national kind of anthem, and it's like related to most of like related to how the aboriginals used to, you know, perform in their times. So you guys, did you ever see that? Did you ever see their culture? New Zealand, anyone?
What did you say, teacher?
You know, New Zealand, it had a lot of population that was Aboriginal in the history, right? So their
Yes.
culture is actually a little bit mixed. Like they have a little bit of Aboriginal kind of culture. Did you ever see that in their soccer teams, in their matches, when they play sports? They have this national anthem type thing they perform. Did anyone ever see it?
I haven't seen it in real life, but I've seen it like on TV.
Yeah. So they kind of have, it's kind of like similar to the Aboriginal type of way they used to have, like, when they used to have like meetings and their type of, they used to wear these hats, these they kind of have some similarity, okay? Okay, so anyhow, let's read more about that. Okay, so the key takeaways. So it's already done. It's very small. Okay, so can you read a little bit about the let's read about this British Naval Forces officers. Can you read Haika?
Yes.
Can you read? Actually, let's read the key takeaways. So, Haika, can you read the key takeaways? What are the key
The
takeaways?
Australian island continent that was a home to the people who lived there for tens of thousands of years. The British colonized Australia by first creating prisons, colonies for converts from Great Britain. New Zealand has two main islands, and its home is the Maori, who were originally from Polynesia. The British colonized New Zealand with an offer in the conflict with the Maori. Australia is relatively flat with a low elevation highlands and an extensive dry interior, while New Zealand has high mountains and receives frigid rainfall. The astral realm was associated by the physical geographer Weber's line and the Wallace line for both attempt to lead the location of separation between biological environments.
So good job, Haika. We will do 3 questions, okay? Okay, so Haika and Bahauddin, can you please work on the 3 questions? I also posted a link, so you can look into the link and answer the 3 questions. So you guys have 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes to answer the questions, okay? Is that clear? Bahauddin, Haika? Aya,
Yes.
grade 7? Aya, grade 7, you're here, so can you hear me?
Hmm?
Yes, can you do the questions in the chat? I posted a link. You can look into the link and answer based on what you understand, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So everyone is working on that. You can also work on that, okay? Jazakum. So good job, Bahauddin. Uh, So Bahauddin, Jazakallah, good job, very good on answering the questions. Please read the next unit, okay? Jazakallah, if you're done. That way tomorrow we can have less reading.
We did teach.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Haika?
Yes.
Okay. Are you here?
Yes.
Okay. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Is there any the other teacher? The other
You,
teacher is also there?
you don't have Abdullah and Laila and Umema in your class?
No,
Grade
we don't
4?
have. No, we
Oh,
don't have.
they don't come or they have a separate time?
I don't know. They are in my class. There are only Bhaudin and Haika.
Only 6, 7, and 8. Oh, okay. Because the breakout room is closed. Okay. Shukran. Jazakallahu khairan.
Okay. Bhaudin, can you tell me? لا أقسم بهذا البلد.
It means I swear by this city, Makkah.
وأنت حل بهذا البلد. Yes, Haika.
That means breathe in this city.
وأنت حل بهذا البلد.
And by the begetter and which he begot.
No, ووالد وما ولد. What you are telling me is ووالد وما ولد.
Oh, maybe I didn't hear you properly. Can you say it again?
Okay. ووالد وما ولد.
Does it mean begetter which he begot?
Mhm. Okay. لقد خلقنا الإنسان في كبد. Yes, Haika.
Created men toil.
Okay. أيحسب أن لن يقدر عليه أحد.
Does he think that he can never come over anyone?
Mhm. يقول أهلكت مالا لبدا.
Says wasted and abundance.
Okay. أيحسب أن لن يره أحد.
Does he think that no one sees him?
Mhm. ألم نجعل له عينين
We not made for him 2 eyes
yeah ولسانا وشفتين
And a tongue with 2 lips.
ها وهديناه النجدين.
shown 2 ways.
Okay. 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 Now, can you read it? فلا فلقتهم العقبة. Yes, Haika, can you read it? فلقتهم العقبة.
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فلقتهم
عقبة.
العقبة وما أدراك ما العقبة
وما أدراك ما العقبة.
مكبة
Mhm.
كورة قيبة أو إطعام في يوم إذ مسروب
ذي مسغبة.
في مصباح يتيم
يتيما ذا مقربة.
مخربة أو مسكينة ذا متربة
أو مسكينا ذا متربة.
يا متربة ثم كان من الذين آمنوا
آمنوا
واتقوا
وتواصوا بالصبر
الصبر
وتواصوا بالمرحمة.
مرحمة
Mhm.
أولئك
أولئك أصحاب الميمنة. أولئك
أولئك
أصحاب الميمنة.
الميمنة والذين كفروا
بآياتنا
بآياتنا هم
هم أصحاب المشأمة.
عليهم نار
نار مؤصدة.
صدع
Okay. Okay. Baudin, can you read the translation?
Okay. He has not attempted to pass on the steep path, and what will make you know what is the steep path? It is freeing a next slave or giving food in a day of hunger to an orphan near of kin, or to a poor cleaving to dust out of misery. Then he became one of those who believed and recommended one another to the patients and recommended one another to pity. They are the companions of the right hand, but those who disbelieved in our signs, they are the companions of the left hand. Over them the fire will be shut.
Yes, inshallah. Okay. Just a minute. We were reading Tanween. Okay, Tanween, we have read it. Test, multiple choice. Okay, no, not test. Okay,
Sure, this is
practice.
the
We will
Saba.
see. Practice. Fatha Kasra Dhamma. Okay, practice of Fatha. Who will read it?
I read it, teacher.
Yes, okay.
Ajaban,
Ajaban.
ahadan,
Mm-hmm.
yusran,
Mm-hmm.
khubzan,
Mm-hmm.
nafsan,
Mm-hmm.
kasasan,
Mm-hmm.
nashtan,
Mm-hmm.
zar'an,
Mm-hmm.
suhufan,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
darakan,
Mm-hmm.
laylan,
Mm-hmm.
kauman,
Mm-hmm.
rahwan,
Mm-hmm. Okay, Haika, now you will read it from here.
Baghyan,
Mm-hmm.
Shaykhan,
Mm-hmm.
Hadisan,
Mm-hmm.
Sayalihan,
Salihan.
Salihan,
Mm-hmm.
Wazan,
Liwazan.
Balay,
Balagan.
Balagan,
Mm-hmm. Tibaqan.
Tibakan,
Mm-hmm.
Wazan,
Manabatan.
Wanabatan,
Mm-hmm. Salasatan.
Saysan,
Mm-hmm. Afwajan. Uh-huh.
Afrisan,
Warishan.
Mafrudan,
Mafrudan.
Aikazan,
Iqadan.
Miskinan, Miskinan,
Miskinan.
Mushtabihan,
Mushtabihan. Okay. Okay. So now we will see what is next. Kasra. Kasra, practice of kasra. Okay, what is your name? Baudin, can you practice it?
Okay, lahabin,
Mm-hmm.
lauhin,
Mm-hmm.
bi'akhin,
Mm-hmm.
rijzin,
Mm-hmm.
ka'sin,
Mm-hmm.
ardin,
Mm-hmm.
ju'in,
Mm-hmm.
baghin,
Mm-hmm.
khawfin,
Mm-hmm.
falakin,
Mm-hmm.
adnin,
Mm-hmm.
ilahin,
Mm-hmm.
nabatin,
Okay, Haika, now you will read.
Okay. Humazatin
Mm-hmm.
hadisin
Mm-hmm.
hasidin Quraishin
Mm-hmm.
ونقص
ونقص صراط
صراط
غاسق
ضالة
Mhm.
تقويم
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 Mhm.
محفوظ
Mhm.
أمشاء يومئذ وتشاور
وتشاور
تشاور
ما شاء الله تبارك الله ما شاء الله. Okay, so we'll see
Is
Dhamma
this
now.
one in
Dhamma,
your
practice of Dhamma. Okay, what is your name? Abhaudin? Yes.
shay'un,
Mm-hmm.
khushubun,
Mm-hmm.
ukhtun,
Mm-hmm.
mawjun,
Mm-hmm.
nuhun,
Mm-hmm.
judadun,
Mm-hmm.
ba'sun,
Mm-hmm.
arshun,
Mm-hmm.
baydun,
Mm-hmm.
hablun,
Mm-hmm.
laghwun,
Mm-hmm.
khizyun,
Mm-hmm.
waharsun,
Mm-hmm.
barzakhun,
Okay, Haika, can you read?
Okay. أخذ
آخذ. Mhm. بصير.
بصير
عزيز. Mhm. محيط. Okay. غلاظ. Yes,
سميع.
Haika.
Can you hear me?
سميع.
سميع
بلاغ. Yes,
بلاغ
Haika.
رحيم
Mhm.
مبين
Mhm.
مسدد
سادات.
مسدد
Mhm.
مردود
مرصوص.
معروف
Mhm.
مبارك
Mhm.
ووجوه
Mhm.
وإستبرق
استبرق. Okay. Okay. After that there is Shadda and basic tajweed, and advanced tajweed. There is basic tajweed, advanced tajweed, and after that fluency. All right. Mm, there are alphabets, harakat, and after that. Okay. Okay, inshallah.
Teacher, can we find this up in the website?
It's not website, it's app. It is a app, mobile app.
The name.
What is the name? How can I share? Just a minute. How can I share in the group? I don't know. This is it. This
Okay.
one. Learn
Learn
Quran Tajweed.
Tajweed.
Okay. I don't know how can I share it in the what group. This one. Okay. Learn Quran Tajweed and this one. All right. Now we'll start Islamic studies. Internet Archive. Okay. So Yusuf al-Islam part 2. We will do Yusuf al-Islam part 2. Okay. Okay, who will read it? Who will read? Okay, first of all, Baudin, you can read it.
Okay. In the wilderness, the stepbrothers were very happy when Yaqub alayhi salam gave Yusuf alayhi salam permission to go with them. They took with them to the wilderness and selected a dreadful place for the wicked dead. As planned, they arrived at the place. They threw Yusuf into the dark well. The well apparently did not contain enough water to drown Yusuf, but was deep enough to hide him from sight. Yusuf alayhi salam was alone in the deep dark well, but Allah Almighty in His infinite mercy inspired him. Do not be saddened, do not be afraid, for Allah is with you. Something great will happen to you. Your brothers will come before you one day and you will tell them what they did. Yusuf felt confident that Allah would rescue him. After they had thrown Yusuf alayhi salam into the well, they got together and said, "What should we tell our father?" One of them said, "Our father said that he feared a wolf might eat him, and so we will tell him that he is right because a wolf has indeed eaten him." One of the brothers asked, "What proof will we have for this?" The others answered, "Blood will provide the proof." The brothers caught a ram and killed it. Then they dipped Yusuf's shirt in its blood. They were very pleased with themselves. They said, "Now our father will certainly believe us." So they went back to their father at night, weeping for their brother. They chose the night time so that it could be easier for them to deceive their father. They said to him, "We went racing with one another and left Yusuf behind with our things. A wolf came in our absence and ate him, and that's why we could not do anything to save him." Then they showed him his shirt with false blood on it. The grief-stricken father looked at the blood-stained shirt and said, "This is just a false story. It is clearly a trick, and I am not prepared to believe what you have said. But what cannot be cured must be endured. This story you have made up. As for me, in hardship is most goodly in the sight of Allah. It is to Allah alone that I pray to give me strength to bear the misfortune which you have described to me." Yaqub alayhi salam did not believe the tale of the wolf. He knew his son's envy of Yusuf alayhi salam, so he at once realized that they must have done harm to Yusuf alayhi salam and was not quite convinced that Yusuf was really dead. He was sad indeed, but had patience. On the other hand, The brothers were happy. They said one to another, well, we have got rid of him now, but they did not know that Almighty Allah was watching over young Yusuf. It so happened that after the 10 brothers had gone back home, leaving young Yusuf alayhi salam in the dark, there came a caravan. Yusuf was all alone in the well. He had neither slept nor eaten anything for so long. The caravan was a group of men heading towards Egypt. They were thirsty and looking for water. When they saw the well, they sent a man to bring some water for them. The man came to the well and lowered the bucket. When he pulled the bucket, he saw a boy sitting in it. Surprised, the man called out, "Good news, here is a boy." They said that they would sell him. The people hid Yusuf among their merchandise until they had traveled out of the area. When they get to Egypt, they understood in the market shouting, "Who will buy this boy? Who will buy this boy?" The person who bought Yusuf alayhi salam was Al-Aziz of Egypt. In fact, he bought him for only a few handfuls of silver coins. The Quran does not mention his name or position, but it points out that he was a nobleman and a high official. The word Al-Aziz means mighty and highly esteemed. It is a title meaning overlord. The merchants who sold Yusuf did not recognize his great worth. Al-Aziz took him to the palace and told his wife, "Treat Yusuf well, be kind to him. He may prove useful to us, or we may adopt him as a son." Al-Aziz was in charge of the treasury of the king of Egypt. He was and thus spoke of adopting Yusuf because of his knowledge of men. He had perceived that Yusuf was a trustworthy person. Thus Allah established Yusuf in the land. He provided him with a dwelling in the household of the minister. Allah has full power over his affairs, but many people do not understand this. Indeed, when he wants to make something happen, he creates means for it and then guides people towards these means. Whatever Allah wills to happen does indeed come to happen. Yusuf's brother willed one thing, Allah willed something else, but only what Allah will occurred. For a better understanding of the story of Prophet Yaqub and Yusuf, let us spare a few facts in time. Prophet Yaqub was settled in the valley of Hebron, presently called Al-Khalil in Palestine. Both Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam and his son Ishaq alayhi salam had lived there before. Moreover, Yaqub alayhi salam had some of his property in Shechem, presently known as Nablus. The dynasty of Hyksos kings ruled Egypt at that time. Memphis was the capital of Egypt. Today, its ruins are to be found some 14 miles to the south of Cairo. Yusuf alayhi salam arrived there when he was about 17 or 18 years old. He remained in the house of the Egyptian chief officials for 2 or 3 years and then spent some 8 or 9 years in prison. Allah knows best. At the age of 30, he took control of the government in Egypt and continued to rule it effectively for 80 years. In the 9th or 10th year of his rule, Yusuf alayhi salam sent word to his father Yaqub to migrate along with his entire family from Palestine to Egypt. In the next few lessons, you will learn more about him in detail, inshallah.
Okay, what is your name, Haika? Haika didn't read anything. Okay, all of the lesson you have read. Okay, Haika, can you explain it? What was the story in short? Summarize it in short. Yes, Haika.
Yes, so they talked about how the brothers were planning on to throw Yusuf in the well.
And after that, what happened?
Then his father also feared and wouldn't let them take it.
Yes, what?
The wolf did come.
Uh-huh.
They dipped Yusuf's shirt in blood.
Uh-huh.
The brothers, I think, were pleased.
Mm-hmm.
The father was pretty worried.
Mm-hmm. Yes. No, then when they threw him in the well, then the caravan came and they took Yusuf al Islam and they sold it in the bazaar where the slaves were being sold, and he was sold as a slave to Aziz Misr, the a good position man in the Egypt, and he took him. He kept him as a son. He said, we will think about making him our son, or he will remain the slave. And when he became young and strong, his wife plotted a plan against him, and ultimately Yusuf al Islam was thrown into the well, into the prison. And Yusuf alayhi salam accepted to be prisoned, but not to get involved in to those activities which his wife wanted to. He wanted him to involve in, so he preferred to go to the jail. Yes. Okay. Then he was prisoned, and after few years he was released from the jail, and made he was given a good position in the kingdom. Why he was given the good position in the kingdom? Because in spite of being slave, in spite of being poor, he took care of his chastity, and he followed the commands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and disobeyed shaitan. He did not come into the saying of shaitan, and he was steadfast. Because he was steadfast, that's why he got a good position. That he had all of the means to do the wrong deeds, but he did not do, and he did the good deeds, and he was given a high position in the kingdom. And he took he performed his duties very well, and the king saw a dream that seven fat cows seven thin cows are eating the seven fat cows, and there are seven dried what
Sure,
the
that next parts.
that is the next part, not in this part. Is
Yeah.
there third part as well? Okay, Yusuf al Islam, third part. Okay,
Yeah,
we did not
four
do the third
parts.
part. Fourth part as well? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we will do the exercises. Who will tell me? Yusuf's brothers threw him into a.
Well,
Okay, how? What is this? Now our father will dash us,
love.
love us. Dash was watching over Yusuf in the dark well.
Allah.
Huh?
Allah.
Allah. The caravan was heading towards.
Egypt.
Mhm. Dash bought Yusuf.
Al-Aziz.
Al-Aziz. Yusuf Yaqub, Prophet Yaqub was settled in dash present day.
Hebron.
Mhm. Al-Khalil in Palestine. Okay, Yusuf drowned
True.
in the well, true or false? Okay, Yusuf's brothers dropped him his shirt in the blood of a wolf.
False.
No, no, cattle. Okay, Yaqub alayhi salam believed his son's story. No,
False.
he did not. The name of the man who bought Yusuf was Al Aziz.
True.
Yeah. Yusuf ruled Egypt for 80 years.
True.
Okay. What kind of a well into which Yusuf and his brothers threw him?
Into a shallow one.
Shallow one. Okay. How did his stepbrothers cover up their wicked act?
By putting blood on the Yusuf's shirt.
Okay. What did Yaqub alayhis salam do when he heard what had happened?
He was really sad about it.
And he was patient, and he said, uh, Allah knows the true story. Allah knows what happened with Yusuf, and he was patient and he was sad. Okay. How did Yusuf come out of the well?
By the caravans passing by.
Yeah. What did the caravan do with Yusuf?
They bring him to Egypt and sold him off.
Yeah. What does the word Al-Aziz mean?
Al-Aziz mean like high in power.
Okay. 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 So, what will we do in the rest of the time? There are still 20 minutes. Do you want to read the next story?
I think it's good to only do one a day.
No,
Maybe
it is this story is just enjoyment. This story is so nice story. You will not get bored and you will not be overwhelmed. You will not be overwhelmed. Okay, nice story. So you will not be overwhelmed. You can read it. Okay, Haika, can you read it?
Okay. So it was the will of Allah that Yusuf found himself into the household
Mm-hmm.
of a high-ranking government official. A prophet's son found himself serving in a mistress household. Mysteriously indeed are the ways of Allah. On the place of Al-Aziz, Yusuf had all the facilities to learn the art of running a state and becoming a high-rank official himself. Allah's plans never fail, although man's fail to understand the real plan, real purpose of his will. Yusuf, on the one hand, got the palace to live in, and on the other hand, he was getting an excellent training which only princes could get in royal palaces.
Mm-hmm.
Yusuf lived in the house of Al-Aziz for quite some time. When he faced a very severe test, he respected and was spiritually faithful to Al-Aziz, who had taken him to his home. Al-Aziz was not arrogant type of royal shift, rather he was decent, honorable person. Even at that young age, Yusuf was very cautious
Conscious
of
of
Allah
Allah
and well
and
knowing
well known for his excellent character.
Allah said, "Thus did we establish Yusuf in the land that we might
Mm-hmm.
Teach him the understanding of inner meaning of happenings. Surat Yusuf, Allah taught him the interpretation of dreams,
Interpretation of dreams.
which there foretell future
Foretells future. Mm-hmm.
events in order to prepare for these events and work for their implementation
Implementation.
before they occur. While in the house of Aziz, Yusuf continued to upload and follow the religion's
The religious beliefs.
for fathers, for fathers as
Mhm.
their belief in Allah, the Almighty. He perceived his personal virtues and upright conduct, and a good and sincere relationship had developed between him and Al Aziz. Being accepted into the royal family and treated as
Mm-hmm.
a son, however, did not
Uh-huh.
stop the of Al Aziz from deserving to win Yusuf's emotional and personality attention.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm,
Prophet Yusuf soon realized that the honor he had entitled from his forefathers and the trust placed in him by Aziz, the master of the household. He made up his mind that under no circumstances could he betray him. Okay, Yusuf al-Islam was a very handsome youth. He was a descent of the prophets, and so his Lord kept him away from shameful acts. He saved him uh, the the wiles of a woman. The wife of Al Aziz wanted Yusuf to do something which did not benefit his personality and position. She was a woman of high society, the wife of a powerful government official, beautiful and youthful. But Allah protects Yusuf from committing indecency. One day, when her husband was away, she put on her most beautiful clothes, m- bottled the mm, bottled. What is this? Bolted the doors and invited Yusuf alayhi salam to himself. Yusuf alayhi salam was shocked. He said, I seek Allah's protection. Woe to me uh, if I do something bad. I cannot even think of doing such an evil thing. My Lord never allows the wrongdoers to prosper. Father triumphed over temptations. Yusuf alayhi salam turned away quickly, making his way to the door. The Egyptian mm, chief's wife ran after him as she tried to catch him. She grabbed his shirt from the behind and accidentally tore it as he dashed from her toward forward the doors. Mm, As soon as the door opened, her husband appeared at the scene. He had by chance returned home much before time. His This made the wicked woman extremely nervous. She had been found in a very ugly situation by her own husband. She was quite aware that it was she who had made advances, um, pretending to be innocent. She put a straight question to her puzzled husband. What punishment do you propose for a man who has an evil intention forward your wife? Without waiting for an answer, she provoked a solution. Prison is the only place which suits such a wrongdoer or a painful punishment. Yusuf was in a state of shock. He quietly said only one thing, not in not in fact. She was facing me to do the shameful thing, and I did not agree to do it. By the will of Allah, there appeared on the scene a relative of the wife of Al Aziz. He knew everything about the character of the woman. He at once understood the whole thing and very wisely said to the Al Aziz, if his shirt is torn from the front, then her tale is true and he is a liar. But if it is torn from the back, then she must have told the lie and he is speaking the truth. When Al Aziz saw that his shirt was torn from the back, he said to his wife, it is one of your snares. Your snares are great indeed. The analysis of the whole matter by a man of their own household made things quite plain to Al Aziz. He turned to Yusuf and asked him, Yusuf, mm, forget all about what has happened. And to the woman, he said, ask forgiveness for your sin, for you are the one who was at fault. Yusuf was a man of chastity and dignity. Although people in Egypt worshipped idols at that time, they knew that he, one who forgives sins or punishes for it is Allah. That is why her husband asked her to seek forgiveness from Allah. The Quran says, thus was it that we might avert from him all evil and indecency. Allah wanted to keep Yusuf, to whom he had to entrust prophethood, free from every evil and indecency. The situation in which Yusuf was placed was, in fact, an important part of his moral training in order to enable Yusuf uh, to attain the highest degree of purity and excellence. It was an essential part of Allah's plan to test him and to expose him to such temptations. In this test, Yusuf al-Islam showed his willpower and piety to the optimum so as to uh, subdue his sensual desires once and for all. Allah kept him free from obscenity and saved him the from the wiles of women. Indeed, those who follow his example in this regard will be empty rewarded and will be amply rewarded. Allah's Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, there are 7 type of people whom uh, whom are in the shade or except whom Allah will cover with his shade on the day of judgment when there will be no shade except his shade. A just ruler. This hadith is very important. Listen carefully and memorize it.
Okay.
That there will be 7 people under the shade of Allah's throne. Who are those? The just ruler, a youth who grows up in the worship of Allah. Glorious is he, a man whose heart is attracted to the mosque. 2 men who love each other for the sake of Allah. They meet and depart for the sake of Allah. Uh, uh, a man whom a woman stunning beauty and high position seduces, but he does not know what his right hand gives in charity. Sorry. Mm, but he says, I fear Allah. A man who gives charity and conceals it so that his left hand doesn't know what his right hand has given in charity, and a man who remembers Allah in solitude and fears well up in his eyes. Okay. Yusuf alayhi salam continued to uphold and follow the dash of his forefathers. Yusuf al-Islam was beyond temptations because he had preserved his dash and dash. Allah protected Yusuf al-Islam from committing dash. And Yusuf al-Islam was a man of dash and dash. Okay. Who will tell me? Yusuf al-Islam continued to uphold and followed the dash of his forefather.
The belief.
The belief of, not the belief, the status of his forefather. Yusuf al-Islam was beyond temptations because he had preserved his dash and dash. Chastity, faith and chastity. His faith and
Faith.
chastity. Allah protected Yusuf al-Islam from committing a sin.
Sins.
Okay, Yusuf al-Islam was a man of dash and dash.
Truth and forgiving.
He was a man of honor and dignity. Honor and dignity. Okay, so your time is finished now. We will continue the exercises next tomorrow, inshallah. We'll
Okay.
continue these exercises. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam.
How are you, everybody? Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Summa alhamdulillah. I'm good. Okay, start our Qaida session. So, Rabbi zidni ilma, Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul uqdatam bil lisani yafqahu qawli. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Okay, so there is Aya, are you there? Aya, can you listen? Can you? Okay. It's always no responding. Okay then. Naila, you'll be first, okay? Inshallah. Naila is page 27 and lesson 21 and the third line. Start. Third line means second last line.
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Okay, sure. Lab, Sheel,
No, no.
Lab, Zabala, Sheen, Da, Shat, La Shatta, La Shatta,
Next one.
Sala.
Very good.
Jeeb, Lab, Zabar, Jal. Jalla.
No,
Jallaha.
Huh?
Jallaha.
Okay.
Zak. 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 Zakha. Go to Baba. Yeah. Baba ke pass ja.
Okay, you know what, Naila, you just babysit. I will free. Okay, Abais, are you there?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Just mute her and then you start. Abais, here is 27 and lesson 21, the
Okay.
first start with the spelling. Start, Abais.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Lesson 1.
Lesson 21
Yes.
and first line.
Yes. Alif Lam Zabar Al. Alif Lam Zabar Al. Lam Alif Zabar La.
Yes,
Allah.
very good.
Allah.
Next one.
Ba. Okay. Ba Lam Zabar Bal. Lam Alif Zabar La. Balla. Balla.
Good. Next one.
Kaf Lam Zabar Kal. Lam Alif Zabar La. Kalla. Allah.
Next. बेटा खामोश क्यों हो जाते हो? Keep reading.
Alif Zer Il Lam Zabar La. Illa.
No.
Lam Alif Zabar La.
Yes.
Illa.
Good. Next one.
Alif Zer E. Ya Zabar Ya. Ya.
No. You have to connect it with the, next letter because the next letter has shad on it. So just connect it.
Alif ya zer e
Good.
kaf zabar ka e
No.
ya ka
Oh, no. You are doing good without spelling, but you know,
alif ya zer e ya
good.
zabar ya e ya
Again you miss one thing. I told you if there is alif, you have to say alif, right? Huruf madda.
alif
Yes.
alif alif alif
Uh-huh. Alif ya zer e.
alif
This is
ya zer
right.
e
Yes.
alif ya zer e ya zabar ya e ya
No.
ba
Ya if zabar ya.
okay alif ya zer e ya alif zabar ya e ya kaf zabar ka e ya ka
Yes.
e
After
ya
stop. Very
e
good.
ya ka
Next one. Next one.
meme known
Hmm.
meme known ze me known ze bana minna
Hmm.
alif alif known ze ni known ze
No.
bana alif
Mm-hmm. Alif nun zer.
alif known ze alif known ze ni known ze bana
क्या हो गया आपको बेटे? अलिफ नून जेर इन, नॉट नी.
alif known alif ze ni known ze bana
Always
inna
you have, see, always you have problem with the spelling. You are not getting it. Alif noon zir in, noon alif zabanna, inna. After stop, inna.
inna inna
Hmm. Next.
alif zabar no alif known is khari pesh on it yes
Alif noon
alif
zaban, noon standing zabanna,
alif known
anna.
alif known standing zabar na anna
After stop, anna.
anna
How we spell? Alif noon zabar an, noon alif zabar na. Anna.
anna
After stop,
anna
good. Next one.
ha ha ta standing zabat
No, the first letter. Hata zabar hat,
ha ta
ta
zabat hat
zabar ta, hatta.
ha ha ta zabat hat ta zabat ta hat ta standing zabat ta
Uh,
hatta
hmm.
hatta
Yes. Next one. I known there. I known zabar an. Nun ya
I know zabat
zeni.
nun ya ni
Anni.
anni
After stop, anni.
anni anni
Hmm. Next one. Mim
M-
noon.
m- m-
No,
meme
mim
known
noon.
ze
Min.
yes meme known ze men
Nun ya zeni.
known ya ni
Minni.
minni
After stop,
minni
minni. Next one. Alif noon zer in.
alif known ze in
Nun ya zeni.
known ya ni
Inni.
inni
After stop, inni.
inni inni
Raba zabar rab. Ba
ra
ya
ba zabar rab ba ya bi
rabbi.
rabbi
After stop, rabbi.
rabbi
Alif
yes
noon zabar an.
alif known ze an
Nun ya zeni.
known ya ni
Anni.
Anni.
After stop, Anni.
Anni.
Okay, so that's your
Okay.
lesson. But I feel that you have problem with spelling, right?
Mm,
You are not getting it.
sometimes, yes, sometimes I got like sometimes like not that much like sometimes.
So you can ask, and you should solve your confusion, right? So what the confusion? Just tell me.
When I like sometimes like sometimes I got like confused, but otherwise I know it.
Oh, so what the confusion you feel you have? I told you there's a very I know you can read without spelling, but you know what I want? I want you should know how to spell. If you stuck in any word, so you can spell and you can read it, right?
Mm, yeah.
So that's why I want you to know how to spell.
When
So
there's zero one, like got sometimes I got confusion. Like
the same rule apply. If the letter zabar, pesh, zer, khada zabar, no, zabar, zer, pesh, if this letter has this, the same rule apply, right?
Mhm.
Nothing's changed. I told you if the letter has jazam or shad, this letter connected with the previous letter, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And if the shad on it, it will also connect, we will merge with the next letter. Shad letters two times, right? The previous letter itself or not itself, then it will be connected with the next letter. Okay,
Okay.
so try to overcome it. If you have any confusion, you can ask me, right? But you
Okay.
should know how to spell. So the second line is your lesson, and if the last letter has jazam on it, standing zabar or huruf madda, it will be remain same. Okay,
Okay.
khada zabar, khada zer or ulta pesh, and if jazam or huruf madda, it will be remain same.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, so page number 27.
And second line. Lesson second line.
Yes, lesson and second line. Abbas, you already read this Qaida or Quran Majid, or you are doing first time?
Okay. No, I did. I already done the Quran Majid.
You already did the Quran Majid. You know how to read.
Yes, I can, but I don't remember. Like I just I when I will I will do Nurani Qada, then I will got it. Like I know, but
So right now you can you read the Quran Majid? Do you read?
yeah, I read like
Hmm.
sometimes.
Bete, not sometimes. First you should learn, and after learning you should read
Yeah.
every day, every single day, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and five times namaz. You do? You read namaz?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mashallah, alhamdulillah. Just keep doing that, okay? So namaz, Quran, right? It's a
Yes.
mandatory, right? Okay. So it's good. You are now doing with tajweed and in all rules. So if you are giving, your time and your effort, and you think that you should learn properly, that's why I'm asking you again and again. If you have any confusion, any problem, just ask me. But you should
Mm-hmm.
know how to read.
I also pray at the Hajjat.
Oh, mashallah, mashallah, mashallah. Okay, good. Then, Taju, just pray
Yes.
all ummah and me as well, right? Your parents,
Yes.
your teachers, right? Your relatives,
Yes.
all whole Muslim ummah. Just pray for them.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Tahajjud time is only Allah and between His, us, whoever do Tahajjud, right? So just
Yes.
talk to Allah and pray to Allah in that time, especially. Okay, only
Okay.
spiritual people can talk to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at that time.
Okay, this is chosen people who Allah chose to get up and do wuzu and just pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So may Allah accept our all ibadah. Ameen. Okay. You just, what am I
Inshallah.
conclusion? Just you have, if any problem, any confusion about tajweed rule, just ask me, but you should know how to read. Okay? Okay, Abdullah, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Abdullah. Abdullah, can you please volume a little bit lower?
Yes.
Your TV, so I can hear you, right? Properly. Okay. Abdullah, you do namaz 5 times a day, mashallah?
Yes.
Oh, mashallah, mashallah. Okay. So your lesson, I think, is page number 20. Yes. And second line. Last 3 words. Read.
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم زاوا بيشزو را دو زبر رن
Hmm.
زا زن رن
No, no. Do it again.
okay زاوا زبر زو
No.
زاوا بيشزو
Hmm.
زورن
Hmm.
زورا
Good. Next one.
okay يا واو زبر يو
No.
يا زبر يا
Good.
سي سين واو زبر سين واو بيش سو
Hmm.
يا سو
Hmm.
ميم واو زبر مو ميم
No. Meme wow.
ميم واو بيش مو
Hmm.
يا سو مو
Hmm.
نا يسوما
No. Yasu. Muna. After stop.
يسومونا
Hmm.
يسومون
Good. Next one.
okay صاد واو بيش سو رازري سوري سور
Good. Next one. Wow zabarwa.
أزبروا
Wow fish to.
سوا بيشو
No, no. Ta. Ton.
تا
Ton.
تاوا بيشتو
Watu.
وتو
وطور
وتوري
After stop.
وتور
أعوذ
أعوذ
After stop.
أعوذ
After stop.
أعوذ ظن
No. Why? What? Uzu. After stop.
أعوذ أعوذ
Hmm.
تفور
تكور
Look, and then read.
تفور
تفور
After stop.
تفور
Yes.
يقولون
يقولون
Mm-hmm.
يكون
تكون
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 What you are saying, Abdullah? Read it.
تكون
Taku.
رو
Ru. There is a ra or what? Look at this word. What is the last letter?
Takun. Nun.
Nun. There's a not nun. What is this? Nun. Nun pesh.
Nun.
Huh?
Nun pesh. Nun.
Yes.
تكون
Takun.
Taku, no. Why you are not saying clearly? Taku, no.
Takunu.
Takun.
Takun.
And always, Abdullah, you read very low energy, very, down. Why? Just can you read with full of energy and with activeness, please?
Okay.
Takunu, takun,
Takunun. Takun.
not takunun. No, this is not takunun. This is takunu, takun,
Takunun. Takun.
takunu.
Takunu.
Huh. Takunu.
Takunu.
After stop,
Taku.
takun.
Takun.
You are, I don't know what's wrong with you. You are not, totally present. Okay, Umaima, are you there?
Yes. Mama.
Yes, so Umaima, your page number 25. And the first two line of this page. Start reading, say Bismillah and start reading.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Mm.
Masghabatin.
Mm.
Masghabat.
No. Masghabatin after stop?
Masghabata.
No.
Masghabah.
Yes. Next one.
Makrabatin. Makrabah.
No, the second one.
Huh?
Second word of this page. After this.
مسغبة
After this.
Makrabatin. Makrabah.
Wrong.
Ta?
Yes.
Matrabatin. Matrabah.
Next one.
Makrabatin. Makrabah.
Mm.
Tad. Tad. Li. Balin. Madl.
What?
Madli.
No. What the first letter?
Ta.
Yes.
Tad.
Hmm.
Li.
Hmm.
And تدليلا
Huh? Tadleel in after stop?
تدليل
Yes.
صدق صدق
Mm.
تق وب من
No. Taq?
تق
Huh?
ويبن تق
Huh? Huh? Next.
تق زي زيب تقزيب
Next one.
مرفوعة
Okay. Yes. Next one. مشهود مشهود
مشهود مشهود
مجنون مجنون
مجنون مجنون
قدها قدها
قدح قدحا
صبحا صبحا
صبحا صبحا
نقعا نقعا
نقعا نقعا
البابا البابا
البابا البابا
أشتاتا أشتاتا
أشتاتا أشتاتا
أعنابا أعنابا
أعنابا أعنابا
أترابا أترابا
أترابا أترابا
أفواجا أفواجا.
أفواجا أفواجا.
So these two lines are your lesson, okay?
Okay.
Naila, are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So your lesson, you were reading
26, third line of lesson 21.
third line. Yes, the third line and read after this.
جلاها
Okay, also let me see if it's right.
Hmm.
Zakaha.
Hmm.
Zakaha.
Good. Next one.
Alif. Ah. Da.
Hmm. Hmm.
Adasi. Ya.
Good.
Alasia. Alasia.
No. Anasiya after stop.
Alasi.
Good. Next one. Allahu Allah.
Allahu. Allah.
Rabbana after stop. Rabbana.
Rabbana.
Falamma. Falamma.
Falamba. Falamba.
Innama. Innama.
Indama. Indama.
Ayyuha. Ayyuha.
Ayyuha. Ayyuha.
Yuqaddiru. Yuqaddir.
Yuqaddir. Yuqaddir.
This is your lesson, okay?
Okay.
Page number 27 and the last line. And then your lesson is, okay, this.
Oh my gosh.
What do you mean by, oh my gosh?
That I'm like on the last page. That's why.
Inshallah, you will be.
Not on the last page. Last page.
Work hard and do practice more and get more sabak. So inshallah, you will soon complete the qaida. Right?
I already did.
You already did, and you are doing second time, but you still have a lot of,
Yeah.
so you need to overcome it. You need practice. You need fluently. Okay, so Aya, are you there? Why you always, I think you are present. Yes, you are present, but you are not responding as always. Right, Aya? Okay, so after inshallah 2-3 minutes, we will start our Islamic studies. Until that, no, you know what all of you can do? You can do the so this is the last surah of Quran Majid. How many of you know? I'm asking to you guys.
Yes,
Awais,
yes, yes, yes.
Umaima, Abdullah. Do you memorize this without looking? Do you know this lesson, this surah?
Yeah.
Naila, Umaima, Abdullah. After getting Saba, Abdullah, Naila, and you, Umaima, you disappeared, right?
Yes.
What I said, did you listen?
Yeah.
So what the answer?
Okay.
What okay? You were not there. That's why you don't know what I was asking. Where's what I was asking?
You're asking you anybody knows this surah?
Yeah.
Without
We
looking?
had to read the
Yes, you were
surah
saying that.
without
And,
reading, I think.
and this Surah Falaq?
Yes, I know.
Surah Ikhlas?
Yes,
Okay, and then Surah Lahab.
yes.
Everybody? Everybody know this surah without looking?
Yes.
Abdullah, you?
Yes.
Okay.
Teacher, can you do some bigger surahs?
Surah Nasr, we will go in sequence, okay, inshallah. So in order. Surah Nasr?
Yeah, I know.
Abdullah, do you know this surah? Without looking?
Surah Nasr.
Do you know this?
Yeah,
Abdullah, simple question. Do you know or you don't know without looking?
I don't think so.
You don't think so. So you know up to Surah Lahab.
Yes.
We start this Surah Nasr. Okay, without looking. And you should know the surah as well as in order. And Surah Kafirun, Naila, Umaima, and Awais.
Yes. Yes.
Surah Kausar.
Yeah.
And Surah Maun.
Yeah.
But you should, do you know the in order?
I don't know in order, but I know if you say the name.
I'm not, you when you read in namaz, who will say the name? You should know by yourself the in order with the name.
My dad says the surah which I have to.
Okay, but if you read alone, you should know how to read, right?
I don't read alone.
You will read alone sometime. Why you are arguing me? You should know your surah in order.
Then I read then I read Qul aloud.
What you do need Qul Huwallahu?
Surah Ikhlas.
The last 5 surah of this juz you should know with name and in order.
I read Surah Ikhlas, Surah Nas,
You know what I'm saying, Naila?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody should know in order the last 5 surah, from which is the Surah Nasr, Surah Lahab, Surah Ikhlas, Surah Falaq, and Surah Nas. With in order, in sequence, and as well as the surah. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, then we will going to start our studies. Okay, so yesterday we were doing the chapter 22 and the Prophet Muhammad, the part 4, and it was about what? First revelation, right? First revelation of
Yes.
Quran to Prophet Muhammad from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by the Jibreel alayhi salam. And the first words of Quran is what?
اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق.
خلق الإنسان من
خلق الإنسان من علق. اقرأ وربك الأكرم.
الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم
بالقلم.
علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. Okay? Okay, one time read and then inshallah we will do the exercise. Read it. First page you read Awais, then second Abdullah, and the third Naila. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. Allah Messenger Sallallahu loved going into retreat. He was happy when he could be on his own. He used to be walk away from Makkah until he was well out of the sight of his homes. He usually went to the cave of Hira. He won't remain there for several days and nights in a row. He would take with his enough food and drink to last for that time. He would uh, worship and pray in the manners of Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam. He followed the pure human need to turn to Allah. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam would be alone in the cave, and the most of the time, the Khatija servant would provide him with food and drink and other basic needs. She herself would visit him from time to time and would sometimes bring among his little daughters. His male children had all died when they were very young. The favorite time of Prophet staying in the cave of Hira was the month of Ramadan. He would spend the whole month there in worship.
The next one, you Naila.
Okay. This was the first day of his prophethood, and these were the verses of the Quran sent to the messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Having this, the angel disappeared. Frightened that Allah's messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam went back home. He went to his wife Khadija radiallahu ta'ala and said, "Wrap me up." Khadija wrapped him in a blanket. Then he regained in peace of mind after a short while. He told Khadija radiallahu ta'ala about what happened to him and said, "I fear my life."
Read.
Is done.
What happened, Naila?
It's already done.
No, you didn't read the Arabic.
I did.
Again,
Oh, I will page 101.
I said 100.
Oh, okay. Allah Sallallahu was once alone in the cave of Hira. He was only 40 years old. It was the month of Ramadan in the year 610 CE. Suddenly, Angel Jibreel appeared to him and said, "Read." I cannot read, he answered. Later, describing what had happened, he said, he seized me and squeezed me as hard as I could bear, then let me go and said, "Read." I said, "I cannot read." Then he squeezed me as hard as could bear, hard as I could bear a second time and let go of me. Again he said, "Read." Then he squeezed me a third time and he squeezed me a third time and let go of me and said, "اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم." Read in the name of your Lord who created. He created man from a blood clot. Read, and your Lord is the most generous, who has taught by the pen. He has taught man which he knew not.
Okay. Now the third one, 101 page, Abdullah.
Yes. Allah is a messenger. Sallallahu
No, I said 101. You
Okay.
didn't. And then
This was
Naila.
the first. This was the first day of the prophethood, and these were the first verses of the Quran to be sent to the Messenger of Allah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Having said this, angel disappeared, frightened. Allah's Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam went back home. He went to his wife Khadija radiallahu anha and said, "Wrap me up, Khadija radiallahu anha. Wrap me up in a blanket." When he regained peace of mind after a short while, he told Khadija radiallahu anha about what happened to him and said, "I fear for my life."
Okay, so this chapter is about the first revelation of Quran Majid and about the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Worship when at the age of it's, about 32, 33, the Allah Messenger loved going into a retreat. He was happy when he could be on his own. He used to walk away from Makkah until he was well out of sight of the houses, right? He far away from you can say the people and the community. And he usually went to the cave of Hira. And cave Hira is 2 miles away from Makkah, and it's in the high side of mountain, and we have to climb to reach there. Our Prophet Sallam do this struggle to go to cave Hira. And why? Because he want to just think about the Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and want to worship to him alone and deep thinking of that. Okay, so what does retreat mean? You know that? Nobody knows. A period of time and get some certain time used to pray and study quietly or to think carefully away from normal activities and duties is called retreat. So our Prophet did this. Okay. He usually went to the cave Hira. He would remain there for several days and nights in and out until he running out of food. He would take with him enough food and drink to last for that time. He would worship and pray in the manner of Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam. He followed the pure human need to turn to Allah. The Prophet would be alone in the cave most of the time. Khadija's servant would provide him with food and drink and other basic needs. She herself would visit him from time to time and would sometimes bring along his little daughters. His male children had all died when they were very young. The favorite time of the Prophet staying in the cave of Hira was the month of Ramadan. He would spend the whole month there in worship. So what they're saying that our Prophet goes there and stays there for worship, and Khadija, his wife, Khadija radiallahu anha, go, go there and visit our Prophet sometime alone and sometime her daughters. You know that they have 4 daughters together and the 3 sons. The sons was died in a very early age, younger age, and so that the daughters with her sometimes when she visit to Prophet Sallallahu. Allah Messenger was once alone in the cave of Hira. He was 40 years old. It was the month of Ramzan in the year 610 CE. Suddenly, Angel Jibreel appeared to him and said, "Read." Suddenly our Prophet was doing worship and doing ibadah, and in the month of Ramzan, suddenly what happened? The Angel Jibreel appeared to him. Angel Jibreel, Angel Jibreel, it is a angel, and he brought the message for Allah Subhanahu wa Taala to Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and it's the first revelation of Quran, and he said, "Read." Read means read. I cannot read, he answered. Our Prophet ﷺ answered, I cannot read. Later, describing what had happened, he said, he seized me and squeezed me as hard as I could bear and then let go of me and said, read. So first time he said, he just, squeezed and said, read. And the Prophet ﷺ said, I cannot read. So he squeezed again and said again, read. Second time, second time our Prophet ﷺ again said, I cannot read. Then he squeezed me as hard as I could bear a second time and let go of me. Again he said, read. Then he squeezed me a third time. So how many times he squeezed and said? 3 times. And in the third time, he squeezed our Prophet ﷺ and let go of me and said, and he Prophet Jibril, Angel Jibril said himself that اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. What the meaning? Read in the name of your Lord who created. He created man from a blood clot. Read, and your Lord is the most generous, who has taught by the pen. He has taught man that which he knew not. Then this was the first day of his prophethood. After first revelation, our Prophet ﷺ became a prophet, and the first, revelation. And these were the first verses of the Quran to be sent to the Messenger of Allah. Having said this, the angel disappeared. Right after, saying this, the angel Jibreel disappeared and frightened. Allah Messenger was little scared and little, very frightened. Went back home. He went to his wife Khadija and said, "Wrap me up," because he was so shivering and it was just, some kind of uncomfortable. So he said, "Khadija, to just wrap me." So Khadija wrapped him up in the blanket. When he regained peace, when he, is normal, then become normal, then peace of mind. after a short while, he told Khadija about what had happened to him and said, I fear for my life. So this is the story about the first revelation and what happened, how happened, and what happened after this. And after this, what happened, as other Khadija take some steps. So inshallah, we will discuss next chapters, inshallah. So the exercise, fill in the blanks. Allah's messenger loved going into where?
Cave of Hira.
Yes. He usually went, into, going into where?
Hira.
No, just read this. Loving going into retreat. And I told you what is retreat mean. What is retreat mean? Retreat means, so some period of time, pray and study quietly, or to think carefully away from normal activities and duties. This is called retreat. So Allah Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam loved going into retreat. Okay, he usually went to the cave of Hira. Now it's Hira. Okay, later on, Khatija, Naila, Abdullah, Amama, are you there?
Yes.
So what it should be in the third, sentence. Fill in the blanks. Later on, Khatija, what Rasulullah anha did when our Prophet ﷺ came from the cave Hira after first revelation. What Khatija did? What our Prophet ﷺ asked to her? Wrap me up.
To wrap him in a blanket.
Yeah, wrap him up. And he told her what had happened to him. Okay, answer this question. What was the name of the angel who come to Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam?
Angel Jibreel.
Angel Jibreel is the, Angel Jibreel who brought, there's the four special angels and Angel Jibreel who brought messages from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala to prophets. Okay, what is the name of the cave he used to go to for worship?
Cave Hira.
Yes, Hira. Why would he go to this cave?
Because there's peace and quiet and
yes, peace and for worship.
Yeah,
Kind of thing. Yes. Now it's the next chapter, 23, and it will say you, so what happened after first revelation and what steps our Prophet did. It's so you can read one time or wow. So Awais, just read, start reading.
Okay. Naturally, Allah Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was frightened by the experience. He did not know what was happening. He had never heard of anything like this taking place. Khatija Raziyallahu anhu was an intelligent, noble lady. She had heard of a prophethood. She had heard the prophet and the angels. She used to visit her cousin Vara- Varasa bin
No, what the
Nafal.
yes.
Was a learned man who
Warqa
had
bin Warqa bin
Varka, yeah,
Warqa bin.
uh,
Yeah.
was a learned man who had read many books. Khadija rather know the character of Allah's Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He was his wife and close to his thoughts. He he was very well awarded of a noble qualities. She felt that Allah's Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has had been given Allah's support. She said the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam with the confidence Allah's never disgrace you. You keep good relations with your relatives. You support the weak. You help the poor and the needy. You entertain guests and you endure hardships in the path of the truthfulness.
Okay. Next one. You read, Naila, one page.
Okay. Lastly, Allah was frightened by the experience. He did not know what he was happening. He had never heard of anything like this taking place. Khadija radiallahu ta'ala was an
Intelligent, noble lady.
intelligent, noble lady. She had heard about the prophethood. She uh, heard about the prophets and the angels. She used to visit her cousin Wardak,
Warqa bin Nofel.
Warqat ibn Noval. Warqa was a learned man who had read many books. Khadija radiallahu ta'ala knew the character of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. She was his wife and close to his thoughts. She was very well aware of his noble qualities. She felt that Allah's messengers had been come, have given Allah support, she said to the Prophet with confidence. Allah will never disgrace you. You keep good relations with your relatives. You support the
Yes.
the weak. You help the poor and the needy. You entertain guests and you endure your hardship in the path of truthful lives.
Yes. Okay. So this is first revelation after our Prophet went home and they were very frightened. And then what happened? In this chapter we will inshallah learn this. Okay. So until tomorrow, Subhana Rabbika Rabbil Izzati Amma Yasifun wa Salamun al Mursaleen walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.